Mhm. 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 Come on, you can do it. Come on. Hey, yeah. There you go. Howdy, I'm Maddie, and welcome back to the Servant Space Program. So, today we are going to be putting a Kerbal in space. Yeah. Yes. So, we have put probes in space. Of course, we have a satellite up there, little Stackneck 1. But we don't have we haven't put any Kerbals into space yet. In fact, we don't even have any capsules unlocked. But we've got a fair bit of science from our final mission last night. So, I think it's time for us to get command module. So, let's see here. Oh. Okay, so... Alright, we're gonna have to do some more science to get this one. Technically, we can unlock this one unlocks soon. Responsibility. Okay, so research, and then I mean we could do this, which would give us the onion, and that's technically that is the this is part of the Making History DLC. This capsule, and it's intended to be a sort of a Vostok equivalent capsule. We do have a more Vostok equivalent capsule thanks to Tantarez. Where is that one actually? Oh right, we start with the Vostok capsule pre-unlocked as a part of Tantarez. I just haven't been using it because my oh, that's still marked as experimental. That's interesting. Because I've been holding myself to the rule that I need to unlock the original base game default command pod, which is located here. But this is already available to us, so now the question is, do I take this? Do I research this and then say, okay, I'm allowed to use the Vostok pod, or do I wait until I can get this and then say I'm allowed to use the Vostok pod? You know what? I'm gonna say we need to get simple command modules unlocked. So next up is flight control, then simple command modules. So we're gonna need quite a bit more science still. That's okay. What we can go ahead and do is get some more science done, I guess, in the meantime. Or actually get some contracts done. So we took a bunch of contracts before the end of last stream. See here. So we've got a bunch of stuff we need to test at various places. So let's see. We need to go pretty far with some of these. Alright, well, let's head to the BAB. And let's get to work. Okay, let's open on up. Let's grab Stack 3. Now, something I haven't been paying attention to is the construction cost. I've been completely ignoring it. So that's not great. But I do know for a fact that all of our contracts are at least this much monies. Definitely. So if we complete 2 contracts at a time, we're profiting. No matter what, basically. So that'll be good. We are going to strip away some of the less necessary components. So I think we already have all of the goos we can get from our standard launch directions that we've been doing. We could try to fly in a different direction, and that'll get us more biomes. Howdy, Potato. Hope you're having a good one. So we could try flying in a different direction to get some more biomes. But I think we're gonna dial back the number of goos we've got on here. Just 2. Yeah. Just to save a little bit of cost and money on this rocket. Of course, this being based on the Stack 3, we have an upper stage, so we can do a full orbit. I think I'm going to keep that because some of our height requirements for this next mission are a bit high, and we're also going to be hauling a bunch of junk with us, which we do need to start taking into account. So let's go ahead. We're going to delete that bearing so it's out of the way for us right now. We're going to name this Technic 5. Howie Rube Goldberg killing Kerbals today, dear? Well, hopefully we're not going to be killing them. Hopefully not. I don't have any disposable Kerbals yet. I only have the main crew, and I'd rather not lose them. Oh, that's the Voss Cod capsule. Right. Yeah. Voss Stock holds 1 Kerbal. Voss Cod holds 2. A person, I should say. Voss Stock and Voss Cod are the real-world names of those missions. Okay. So let's pull up our contract list. So, we need a Mark 12R radial mount drogue chute. That is utility. Where is it? Huh? Where's the drogue chute? Is it in a different category? I'm not sure why it would be in a different category. But it's not in here. don't have unlimited Kerbals. I thought the whole point of this game was to throw them at the wall in wacky ways until something sticks. I mean, that is a way to play it, but we're playing in career mode, and Kerbals cost money. You do eventually we get the ability we can take contracts where instead of us having to spend money to hire a Kerbal, we'll actually get paid to rescue a Kerbal that is already stranded in space, and so we get paid to take on a new employee, basically. And then we start getting some really disposable Kerbs. But until then, I don't want to kill off any of the main four. Jeb, Bob, Bill, and Valentina. Yeah, where is this? Gotta shoot. I am kerfuffled. What is this? Because it's supposed, if you don't have something unlocked already, it's supposed to just give it to you for free. As an experimental part. And then you... Oh, we did get to keep these. Ah. Oh, that's nice. Or did I research these? It's just marked. No, because I would have the other ones. Yeah, no, so we did... Okay, so we do get to keep experimental parts. Okay, good. I guess it just wasn't showing up last time for some reason. There might be some problems going on with the parts here. You have to pay them too. Me to something wrong? No, the second C in UCCR stands for capitalists. We're the Union of Servid Capitalist Republics. Yes. Oh wait, no, it's... I didn't unlock it. I just have another contract for it. Alright. So we need to bring one of these. Eesh. I forgot to undo the symmetry for that. Go. Actually, you know what? Let's move this up here. Actually, what am I doing? Let's... have those. We have our jet engines. Let's go ahead and get those on their own thing. Put those high up. We need those. So we need these when we're splashed down. So we're gonna put them last. Hello, Dr. Deer. I am from the engineering team, and I suggest we double the number of engines. This is because the engineering team test fires each engine, and we like watching the flames. I see. Alright, so we have the radial engines. TS-18 stack separator. We need to be landed for that. So... settling. Let's see. Yes, 18. Yes, 18. We need to test that landed. Okay. Just put it at the bottom then. Perfect. That'll count for the test. So yeah. Because we start landed. So perfect. Alright. Space-wise slanted Sepratron nose cone into orbit. That's a big one. Space-Y parts are very large. Where is that? Space-Y slanted Sepratron nose cone. Yep. Ooh. Well, that's a... Yeah, that's a biggin. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna cause a problem with our center of mass, too, methinks. Okay, if I put that there, and I show center of mass overlay... is that moving over to the left? Oh, it's not. Okay. So despite it very clearly tilting that way, this still counts as it being centered. That's good. If I rotate this... Okay, yeah, that's gonna... Yeah, this rocket's gonna be a little odd. I'm gonna need a separator because we are not getting back down onto the ground with that thing. Just a tiny little zircon will do. Yeah. You know what? I'm sure that'll be fine. Yeah, we're gonna need boosters, but I'm sure that'll be fine. So let's get our parachute back installed. You know what? Use... These are so much more expensive. And they weigh more. Fuck it, we're just gonna do that. Yeah, no. We're not putting one of these on there. Nah. Not yet. We're not caring about aesthetics for this. The aesthetics don't matter for this. Oh, I could tweak scale it. I think it'll still fulfill the contract if I scale this down, right? Would that be cheating? I feel like that'd be cheating. It's like, yeah, that'll be much easier to put into orbit. But I feel like that's not really in the spirit of things, you know? Alright. We'll put you up there. We're gonna drain your solid fuel, though, and we are limiting your thrust. Yeah. All material. Oh, that's BD Armory. We don't... Yeah, no. We don't care about that right now. Aluminum, lightest weight. Okay, yeah. Yeah, is that the chance of failure? Why is that at 100%? It's supposed to be at 99%. But, something we can look into, I guess. Okay. Alright, we need to... Oh, we need to be in an orbit for this. Not just in space, we need to be orbiting. Ugh. And TS-12 at a suborbital trajectory. Coupling. TS-12, what size are you? Ah, perfect, that's the size we use with this. Although we need to be a lot higher for it. So... Okay, let's take that off. Let's ditch you. Let's put you in there. You on there. That's Mark 25 parachute. Ability. Again, where is this parachute? What is this? Why is the game hiding parachutes from us? I need those. This isn't even showing all of the marks, though, that we do actually have unlocked, though. Yeah, because we have the Mark II here. When I typed in Mark, MK, that doesn't show up. So why isn't everything visible? Hold on, do I accidentally have any filters enabled? No. Where the hell are these parachutes? Alright, hold on. Let's save, exit. Can we find those parachutes in the research space? Survivability. Enhanced survivability. Is it because I haven't researched these? It's not giving it to me even though I'm supposed to have it? For the... Oh, it's not unlocking them for me because because I am waiting. Yeah, because enhanced survivability, because I have... Okay, so it's a problem with the Kerbal construction time. So this mod makes it so it takes time for me to research stuff. But while it's researching, I can't use the parts. But that's breaking the contracts, because the contracts automatically give you parts that you haven't researched. So you're supposed to have access to the parts even though you haven't researched them. But because I'm in the process of researching it, that's overriding my access to the part, I think. So we're going to have to wait for this to conclude before we can take those contracts. That's unfortunate. Oh, well. We have plenty of time, so we can wait for these to fulfill, and then we can do another mission to complete those contracts. Okay. That's all right. We'll just do what we can for now. So let's head back in here. And we are going to need a lot more Delta V. So let's get some side boosters. Alright, let's put that on there. I can't resize these. Darn, that was my plan, because they look so cool, but they're a little too large for this rocket. That is... oh well. I guess we'll use some more traditional style of boosters. You know what? We could use some SRBs. Why not? I only have tiny SRBs though. I'm not sure how much thrust that would give us. You know, actually, no, let's... Oh, wait. Oh, this is larger. It says it's a 1.25. That's not a 1.25. That's bigger. This is a 1.25. This is larger. Firebox. Don't know what that means. Well, let's get some... pair of these. We have that gap that we're gonna need. Fuel tanks. You know what? Yeah, we'll use these because they're the right size. Oh. Let's, you know, I actually should probably put these on the side anyways. Alright, there we go. How much fuel does this hold? 720. 360. 90. 90. Okay, so these are gonna drain way faster than these, actually. And that's also way more Delta V than we need for this mission. So maybe we won't use those. What engine should we use then? I mean, we could just use 2 more of these. Oh, this would be cheaper though. That's quite a bit cheaper actually, yeah. Does this have gimbal? Come on. lock? No. But it's fine. We have the main engine has gimbal. So... Oh, yeah, these are smaller engines, though. Will it be enough delta V? I don't know. Let us see. I guess we can go ahead and just see how much delta V does that add. Nothing. Those are tiny boosters. Alright, fuel tank. Okay, that adds not a lot of delta V. Yeah, probably should go with bigger engines for our boosters. Okay. That's an upper stage engine. We want a lower stage engine. Our cheapest option for a lower stage engine would be to just use one of these, I think. Yeah. So we're just gonna strap some extra boosters to the middle. Call it a day with that. Just barely a gap between those. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll work. And let's... Alright, that'll give us plenty of delta V. Let's get some nose cones on there. Lovely jubbly. And some struts. We're gonna need struts. Keep that purchase. Okay. Want... Bothers me that that's not centered, but it's fine. This isn't a very pretty rocket regardless. Okay, that's going to bother me though. There we go. Lovely. That should keep things nice and sturdy. Okay, so these will fire. This will fire at the same time. Boom. These up here. Or that, yep. That is the first thing that fires. Then we activate all three of our engines. We separate these once the fuel runs out on these tanks. Then we keep going with fuel in these tanks. We separate this guy once we're up high enough to satisfy the contract for separating this guy. And then we can do whatever shenanigans are involved up with this. Let's build this fairing. I can't build the fairing because these engines are in the way. Yep, so let's release those. Build fairing. There we go. This is an ugly as hell rocket. But if it works, it works. Yeah. Okay. Stop assemblies. Oh, yeah, would you look at that? So, how much does this weigh? 1.313 tons. Okay. 1.313. 1.313, right? And this will be ROG 3. Need to reset this. Alright, let's hope this all goes well. I am hoping this. Press limiter 0 on that. Okay. Yeah. I think that'll do. Perchance. Add that. Oh, editor checks. Warning: this vessel did not pass the editor checks. Still be built, but you will not be able to launch it without upgrading. Listing below, you checks mass limit. Oh no! Oh shit! Our VAB and our launch pad are too primitive to build this thing. Oh no. We have too many parts, and our mass is too much. Okay, well, the too many parts, that's an easy fix. Just ditch those, and our part count is fine. Mass, on the other hand, that's something I can't rectify. I don't think we can put this thing into orbit with our mass limits. We're gonna have to upgrade our launch pad. Okay. How long will that take? So... Save. Leave. Let's just double check on this. You... You, launch pad. You, launch pad. You, launch pad. Yeah. Max vessel weight 150 tons. Yeah. Upgrade. Upgrade. This launch pad will render it unusable until the upgrade finishes. Yes. We're not gonna be able to launch it anyways. Upgrades. Oh yeah, we have 2 points. Okay. VAB. R&D. Don't know. Launch pad progress. 8 days till the launch pad is done. Okay. So the launch pad will be done before the rocket's done being built. So we can go ahead and start rocket construction then. Yeah. Launch. Acknowledged. Neat. Alright. Well, let's we do some plane stuff? Should probably do some plane stuff. So, planes are great because they're reusable. Rockets are very disposable things. If we can build a plane, we can make much better use of that. Because we can land the plane, refuel it, and then send it back out on missions for way cheaper than rebuilding an entire rocket. We can't go into space with our planes, at least not until we unlock spaceplane technology. But we can do science on Kerbal, and we can fulfill contracts that don't require going into space. So it's probably a good idea for us to get one of these boys. Let us build a plane. Alright, now we're gonna lose these, so as much as I'd like to use them, we can't. We're stuck with the Junos for now. Do I try and build a Yak 15? I really like the Yak 15. The Yak 15 is the one I'm thinking of, right? Okay, no, the Yak 15 is very similar. Is similar to the one I'm thinking of, but it's not the exact one I'm thinking of. Which one am I thinking of? Is it a MiG actually? Yeah, MiG 9. That's the one I'm thinking of. Do I try to build a MiG 9? It'd be really silly if I did. Okay, so the MiG 9 is an early fighter jet, and the way it's designed, it has two engines, and they are located underneath the tail of the plane, side by side. It's a very odd configuration. But it does work if you balance it right. The if you balance it right part is, you know, does a lot of carrying there, though. So we would have to be pretty careful about that. Because we need center of thrust to go in to the center of mass. So we have to angle the engines in order to get that to happen. And of course, we need the rest of the plane to be up to snuff with that as well. So we have to build the rest of the plane first, so we know where the center of mass is, and then we can put the engines into their proper space. So let's go ahead and just leave those off for now. And where is my air intake? Don't know, but go ahead and grab these because we'll need those later as well. We'll need tail. Get these unlocked because we're gonna need them to make any sort of aesthetically pleasing control surfaces and stuff. I don't know which of these is which size. We can tweak scale them. Okay. Let's see. Do we want the wings high, low? Where are we gonna put the wings? Middle. Let's go middle. Yeah. I think that's what we want for shaping reasons. Wingspan up a little more. Let's see, 16. Shit. Ah, fuck. Oh. See? Steam overlay appearing inside my games. It doesn't normally show those messages on stream. Like when I get Steam notification. That's odd. Found the setting. I am replying to them. Okay. There we go. Oh, there's the button. Okay. Bring the wings down a little bit. Okay. This will have to be a nose. A nose plane. Tricycle. Plane. And I'm gonna move this up just a little bit. Not that much. There's the button to go down. But just a little bit of nose up to help us intake up. Where's that intake? There it is. Boop. Hopefully just the one little intake is enough, because we don't have a larger intake unlocked at the moment, but these don't require too much air, so I think that should be fine even with 2 of these. And now, it's time for the most dastardly part. So we have these fellers. Oh, actually, where's our center lift? Ooh, that is dangerously far back. Hmm. These don't generate a whole lot of lift, do they? Huh. Wow, that center lift is really... Hmm. God damn. I mean, we wanted to be a little in the front heavy. That's a bit ridiculous. Let's drain that. Is this full of fuel? It is not. That's kind of a shame that it isn't. Can we fill it with fuel? Yes. Fuel tanks. Do that. Like this. And we do tweak scale. Just a little bit down. And then... No, that's not bringing it rearward. We need to bring it rearward. This. I know I brought them past rearward a bit. I mean, I just like do an extra pair of wings that we just hide. No one has to know they're there. And that brings it forward a little bit. I'll keep them just a little exposed so I can still grab them. But yeah, that doesn't help much. Make our horizontal stabilizers smaller. Oh yeah, that helps. Okay. I really hope this works. That should be functional. But should is putting a lot of work into that. Control. Boy, yep, that deploys in the correct direction. Okay. Let's see. You are none of these. You are roll. You are pitch. You are yaw. Yeah? Okay. Make 9, my beloved. Let's run a simulation. Actually, let's name it first. We have a save of this thing. What am I going to call you? Well, 1. Short for Olin, which means stag in Russian. So let's save and run a sim. Run my sim. Start sim. Because this could perform terribly. Sim cost? Why does it cost money? Oh, we're back heavy. Terminate simulation. Did that cost me money? Why does simulation cost money? I set simulations to be free. Hold on. I need to adjust my settings again, as apparently they have been reset. You. Zero. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. 0. Yeah. Accept. I think maybe that has something to, maybe it's because I was playing around in a sandbox testing game. I mean, I didn't make any flights, but maybe it's just the fact that I had created a new save file. It like reset the settings because I did that. I don't know. But we did run into our first problem, which is the fact that our center of mass is too far behind these wheels. So we're gonna pick these, and we're just gonna shoot that on rearward. Right there. Perfectly in line with our center of mass, which will allow us to pitch back pretty easily. Does mean we might tip over onto our tail rather easily, though. But you know, whatever. We'll see how that works for now. Yeah, sim cost 0 now. Okay, good. Ugh. I think I did burn some money there from that kerfuffle. I'll just have to keep an eye on those numbers every time I start. Yep, sim cost 0. Good. Okay. Okay. Wheels need to go further back. Kind of weird having the wheels behind the wings on a tricycle setup, but sure, it's what's necessary. So that should be stable. Let's see how she goes. Hey, perfect. All right. Think we need to raise the rear legs. She's pointing downward right now a little bit, but okay. Let's camera chase. SAS. Hey. She flies. What happens if we turn off SAS? Whoa! Turning off SAS is not a good idea. This thing is not actively stable. Okay. Yeah, so that's a problem. That's a really big problem. Restart sim. Can we fix that? Maybe. Okay, hold on. Let's observe. Wants to nose down. Okay. So nose down means if we angle these guys like this, that might counteract that desire to nosedive. It could also be that the thrust is misaligned, and I might have to tweak the thrust ever so slightly. to get it perfectly in center with the center of mass. But let's try this for now. Whoa, she wants to flip. Okay, restart that. Getting valuable data here. Okay. I think, so now we're having the opposite problem, where it's tipping up substantially. Like, even beyond what the SAS can do. So, this angle is clearly way too much. Just try to make that a little more neutral. It's still angled slightly. But let's turn our attention to these boys. I think this is where the real problem lies. That this isn't perfectly aligned. So it's wanting to, currently, the thrust is wanting... Okay, so it's wanting to nose down, which means it's too high. Right? So if we lower it just a little bit, maybe that'll center it again. The tail being even slightly angled like that is killing us, so... methinks. That, or I've overcorrected with this. I think let's try to... flatten that out again. Yeah, so I overcompensated with the thrust position. You know, actually, no. I should use the arrows, because the arrows are centered. So if I have it set to... well, no, because the point is not at the correct location, so where the intersect is located. So I need this to be up here. Maybe. I'm making this much harder on myself than it needs to be because I'm going for a MiG-9 style engine setup. This is so much easier if I just put the engines in line with the center of mass normally instead of at this angle. But gosh darn it, I love the MiG-9. Oh, the width is a bit fucked now. I'm not gonna miss that. Oh, I forgot SAS. You know what? Let's save this. And let's just try something here. Let's what happens if we just build this in a more normal manner? Yeah. And we just do this. Let's boop, flag. Set flag. And our roundels. Alright, background. Yeah. These don't wrap around. And that doesn't fit this thing, so yeah. Can't put them on there. Can put them on... Halo. or not. Why is it stretched? That's gonna bug me. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. I think it's just that this part is at a slightly different aspect ratio than the flag, which is odd because the flags in Kerbal Space Program have a set aspect ratio. All the flags are the exact same aspect ratio, so I don't know why this part would be at a different aspect ratio than all the flags. But, seems to be what's going on. How does this fly? Alright, because if this one still flies like shit, then we know we have bigger problems. But if this flies perfectly, then I'm giving up on the big 9 engine placement dreams. No, I forgot to adjust the landing gear again. Yep, alright. We're giving up on the landing gear dreams. It does naturally want to nosedive. I think because the center of lift is a little bit too far back still. We could overcome that with trim. Yeah. Terminate. Simulation. Alright. Well, fine. Boring jet design wins. You can just resave as that. Means we can delete you. Okay, cool. Now, raise up our rear landing legs. We have better takeoff, and we're gonna give you a just tiniest bit of trim. We'll see how that performs. Just a little nose up. And that'll hopefully counteract a little bit of nose down. And you know what? Let's try to take off without even using SAS. Are the wheels at the right height? No, the front wheel is still dipping. Okay, our trim is working. But we now have a natural tendency to get up a little bit. So, not perfect. These the authority on. We roll like crazy. That's good, I think. 4, we'll have to remember that from this was there. Honestly, I think that's stable. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Terminate simulation, revert. Yes. We're gonna just lower our rear landing, or raise our rear landing legs a little bit more, and then start construction. So let's go ahead. Yeah, you should be fine. I guess this just has more sag in it. I bring damper auto. I'm a little scared to mess with that stuff too much. So I think we're just gonna lower these and call that good. This authority limit to 4 degrees. And then save. And yeah, that's a plane. Now we do need science and stuff. To be done on this plane, which is something I kind of hadn't really thought about. I was kind of just planning to just strap this shit to the side of it pretty haphazardly. But it might be a good idea to integrate these things into the design a little more organically. Do we have... No, we don't have a storage bays yet. So, never mind. Yeah, we'll just slap science to the side of it when as needed. Yeah, we don't have any contracts that need this thing yet, but you know, they'll be coming eventually. So, let's just go ahead and slap some mystery goo containers on the side. We'll give it a thermometer or 2. And barometers as well. do our science. And yeah. Let's go ahead and start construction, because this will take quite a while to build. Alright. So that'll just be going on in the background for a while. And now let's just warp ahead. Okay, yeah, so even if I don't hit warp to thing, it automatically slows down as we approach the thing. Good to know. I did get a better time warp mod, so we'll be able to warp faster than ×4 when we're parachuting down. I got rid of the modular launch platforms mod. I was messing around with it in the sandbox world, and I decided it's not worth it. It adds way more stuff than I'll ever use, and it's a lot of work to like assemble a good looking launch structure. I mean, it's not that much work, but anywhere where I can remove mods to cut down on how long it takes to load this game, because I timed it. It takes 7.5 minutes for me to launch this game because of all the mods having to load. So any amount of that we can reduce, I will take. And I got Firefly, which adds some nice, pretty atmospheric and re-entry effects. Alright, next will be Stagnic 5. Nice. Sunrise. And let's launch. Alright, now this horrible, ugly monster... Oh, actually... This gonna cause aerodynamic problems? I hope this doesn't. This shouldn't cause aerodynamic problems. Kerbal Space Program has very simple aerodynamics. Yeah. This'll be fine. It's not staged properly, though, but this'll be fine. We'll get to that once we... Actually, I should get to it. Oop. That goes in its own thing. These are those. What is this? That is that. Okay. We need to attach that immediately after we detach that. Yes. And these, or when we splash down, these we never want to decouple, so we'll just keep them up there. That guy, we do not want to be in there. Nor do we want that in there. We want this to be before those go off. after this goes off. Okay, I think we have everything staged correctly now. So now let's get our things up, landed. Yep, okay, we can test that boy. Okay, so this guy, we don't have the parachute. So we're gonna collapse you. This guy, we're gonna collapse that because we don't have that parachute either. So need to splash. All right. Yep. Let's. Meaning to do this. Oh, our SAS might not be enough for this craft. Whoa. Whoa. She is top heavy. Stop opening shit that I closed. You can see those beautiful atmospheric effects of the firefly we're talking about. How's our... Ooh, not bad. Okay. We're gonna... Stage. Perfect. Okay. Our periaps is a bit high. I burned too long there. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay. Well, let's just wait. Shut up about the parachutes. We're not doing those this mission. Oh, actually, are we even going to be able to get into and out of orbit with the amount of Delta V that we have? Let's check. Delta V map. You know, this doesn't actually help. Because it's not split into, like... It doesn't tell me how much it takes to circularize and decircularize. Well, we can hope for the best. We don't have maneuver nodes unlocked. Oh, we just have to haul it. We didn't actually have to use it. Oh. Well, that's completed. Let's try to orbit. I don't think we're going to be able to get into it, but let's try it. Actually, wait, it doesn't. It says our altitude has to be there, not that our orbit has to be there. Aha, we're saved. Point prograde. As long as we can circularize this, it counts. Where's the here and now's window? There it is. Surface review. Keep experiments. Believe we can return it. Don't think we're, yeah, no, I don't think we're circularizing this orbit, and I don't think we're getting, I don't think we're getting back, out of this orbit, so, Space over Kerbal. To spot Kerbal's oceans from the viewport, decided to tell the goo an old joke about a one-armed pirate and a jellyfish. We have not gotten that yet. Let's transmit that data, because I don't think we're getting out of here. And, yep, we're not. Okay. Reset that canister. Observe. Find your hand covered in the goo after you realize you were daydreaming about snacks again. Sure hope the stuff washes off. We don't get anything from transmitting this. Okay. We'll keep it, I guess. And, we were close to getting in orbit, but not quite. Well, shucks, we're gonna have to launch another mission with this ugly piece of shit on it. Oh well. I guess we need more Delta V. Oh, wait, actually, hold on a second. Oh, I'm a fool! I was burning at the wrong time. We totally could have circularized that if I had just burned at Apoaps. I wasn't burning at Apoaps. I'm an idiot. This mission totally could have succeeded. Ah! Oh, well. Well, at least we'll be able to get this because we're going to be splashing down. So, alright. Let's go ahead and jettison that piece of shit. And, yep. We're gonna point us retrograde. Go ahead and get ready for that. Roughly there, really. Alright, let's, time warp ahead. Actually, you know what? You. Reset. Can I get another transmit? Nope, I can't. Reset. Oh wait, we're gonna be able to recover the right. I'm a fool. Keep experiment. Yeah, because we are actually splashing down. Okay. Oh. We have lost connection. Alright, there's no relay on Stagnant 1, so... Alright. We still have basic commands we can give it. So we can tell it to point retrograde. How much electric charge we got? That should be more than enough. Although, actually, let's play it safe. Entering atmosphere. No. We're not entering atmosphere. A bit of our debris is entering atmosphere. We don't care about that. We'll be entering atmosphere soon, though. Okay, now let's orientate. Retrograde. We're in Atmo. Oh, game froze. Game unfroze. Yay, yippee! Hmm. 3D re-entry effects. That engine might explode. We're coming in a bit hotter than usual. Uh-oh. Oh no, our experimental engines. We really need those. Ah, shit. Please don't burn. Please don't burn. Fuck. Please don't burn. Please don't burn. Please don't burn. Please don't burn. Ah, we lost her. Damn it. Well, shucks. Damn. Okay. Well. I think what we've learned here is we can take these off if we're going to be doing this mission. We can take these off if we're going to be doing this mission, which means we also can take these off because we don't have to transmit data. These we have exhausted in low Kerbal orbit. This we have completed our contract for, so we don't need. And we do need just a little more Delta V. So what if we... Oh, also, coupling. The, PS12 here. We no longer have access to, but we still have it in here. I don't trust that, though, so I'm gonna get rid of it and replace it back with our caster one. Decoupler. And fuel tanks. Alright. What gives us more Delta V? So we are at 3,255. 350. Three 500. Okay, yeah, that's way better efficiency. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, also, something I should be doing, actually, is... Where is it? Utility, right? Flags. Let's see. Orientation. Size. Large. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't remember the hex code for this orange. Hmm. Hold on. Let me just gonna boot up GIMP real quick and just grab the hex code off the flag. Boom. Alright, hex code. This is an HTML. Rawr. Does it have it in hex code? Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna grab it in HTML. And we're gonna go onto the internet. HTML to hex color converter. And oh, HTML is hex. I'm a fool. There we go. All right. Let's see. Font. Text. So you. So actually no. 5. That doesn't seem to like the width. Here. So what? What font should we use? That's more American. I think that's, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Let's launch it again. And while we're at it, let's also launch a smaller rocket. Means locked or invalid parts. Where? No, it's because I have this. I think it's because I have it. Well, no, because it should say experimental for this. Not locked or invalid. So did we get did we get re-entry shields yet? Ablators? I do have more science stuff actually. I could buy more science. Is this the same? Come on. I think this is just a different looking barometer. Yeah, so no need to buy that. This, though, that's new. Cosmic rays. Seismic data is new as well. Gravity data. Oh boy, that's... These are some expensive gizmos, though. Ooh. This one's just... Yeah, so the cheap ones are just different looking thermometers and barometers. That one's not too expensive. These are large though. They're not inline. These go on the nose of things. Material science study, 550, 9,000. Okay, so it's just a more expensive Science Junior. We should probably get one of these though. Radial or regular? How big are these? I wish I could preview the part before I buy it. Because I'd love to know how big this is. Because if it's like massive, then I'm just gonna do with this. But if it's significantly smaller than the Science Junior, then I would much rather go with this. Less volume. Okay, you know what? We're biting the bullet. Oh, it's fucking massive. Ah, I should have just gone for the regular inline one. Damn. Okay. Oh, yeah. Might as well now. We could tweak scale these, but I don't feel comfortable tweak scaling science components. Unless I'm making them bigger. I don't feel comfortable making them smaller, because I feel like that goes against you know, what it should be doing. For, you know, it goes against the doing things legit things. Yeah, did unlock tabulators or no thermal? Yes. Okay. We do have heat shields. Good. These heat shields are slightly larger than what we have going on. And this one's slightly smaller than what we've got going on. And I cannot, I can't tweak shield. I can't tweak scale these. Okay, let's... There we go. Alright. Cool. And... that has significantly decreased Delta V, though. So we're gonna need more power. You know what? Maybe this engine isn't the right call. Let's see here. So what is this? We've got... yeah, what are your... rust? In a vacuum, 10. Specific impulse... 250. Specific impulse 293. Thrust 45. Okay, yeah, so you're just much better. Okay, what about you? How do you compare? Okay, you're pretty much the same. It costs the same. This one has a longer right click to pin. This one has gimbal. This one does not. Okay. Well, in that case, I should buy this, obviously. Because it's just better. Back up. Okay, yeah, so... yeah, this guy. Boom. Oh. Get rid of you, put you... Wha-bam. Oh! Oh, that lowered. Why is that lowered? What? Specific impulse, 250 in a vacuum. Oh, wait a minute. This is lying to me. Boom. Vacuum. There we go. That's the numbers we are looking for. Yeah. All right, yeah. All delta V calculations are assume so delta V calculations usually assume vacuum unless you're talking about your base stages. Ideally, we would want to know what these are in like the average altitude, like middle altitude at like 45. What the performance is at like 35 kilometers or 35,000 kilometers. Sorry, we would want to know what these perform at 35,000 kilometers, and then we want everything else to be vacuum, and that would give us like the most accurate delta V calculation. But yeah, so in a vacuum, that should be plenty, we think. Right? Although, hold on. Let me just, so 4,980. $3,990. 4,098. Not 98, not 980. Yeah, so it's a little bit better. But that's still not enough kick, I don't think, for us to get this fully into orbit, I don't believe. Especially for the height that this needs to get to. So we're gonna do... What are we gonna do? Is it time for me to invest in a larger launch system? It might be. So what is this? So thrust, sea level 229.5. Okay. Yeah, that's an upper stage engine. That's upper stage engine. That's upper stage engine. That these are not upper stage engines, I don't think. But they are less powerful. I should invest in better engines. I think, because we're definitely going to need more power if we're going to be doing orbital flights with peoples. So let's see here. Advanced rocketry. Advanced rocketry, the torch. Log, Valiant. Heavy rocketry. Base-wise stuff. Plant, swivel. Okay, this is when we get the basic stuff that we're used to for the base game. Like these are your like default 1 meter engines for like your baseline performance for those. Shit. We're a bit of a ways off from being able to get these. Yeah, alright, we're gonna hold off on getting flight control because I think we need to prioritize more thrust first. So... yeah, let's look at his hammers as well. So that's a good start on those. What are these? Oh, they're fireworks launchers. Huh. Okay. Well, we don't really care about those. But, alright, start researching that. Unlocks 22 days. Whee. Gonna need a fair bit more science before we can do anything else. Alright. Maybe we should just go bigger and have more boosters. Maybe that's the solution. We only got 2 boosters. What if we did 4 boosters? That would certainly do some stuff. Alright, now do I do 4 boosters here? Or yeah, should we do... Should we go R7? I don't know why the names of these tanks are... And the description seems to be a bit broken. But, those are the R7 parts. Go ahead and save. And let's just chuck all that out the window for now. Oh. That's a bit broken. These parts not finished. It's possible. How does that start less full than maximum? Strange. Alright, 720. 720, okay. Let's use the shorter one of those. Coupling. Actually, should we use these? We can do the do fancy stuff. Nah. We'll save the money. We've spent enough on unlocks for the time being. We are gonna get these though. And 4 times symmetry. As flat as we can. Engines. That there, and these all along there. Oh yeah, this is probably overkill at this point, actually. I wonder if we were to cut down from 4 boosters, just 3. What's our delta V like? They go up. Hold on, actually. Let me look at the delta V per stage, actually. That's what I should be doing. So these all need to go at once. Yep. Delta V per stage at sea level. What are we looking at? 2, 5, 7, 8. $19.69. That's bullshit. I get more delta V for having fewer engines? But 4 is the classic look. What happens if we go to 2? $13.07. 1683. 1916. Okay, wait, no, now it's going up. Okay, I think, was I reading the wrong numbers? Did I read this number and then read this number, or something like that? I think I'm silly. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, just to get it all perfectly lined up again. Aerodynamics. Things going on. Okay. Struts. Should keep things nice and sturdy. Oh, wait. Didn't have that dragged into there. Oh, that was it. This got ejected out. Or... I don't know. This should have more delta V with more engines and fuel. That should be how it works. So, yeah. I'm just gonna accept it. This thing has way more than enough Delta V. So I think we can reliably reduce the amount of Delta V that we're looking at here. For this mission. So let's drop this down. Just 2. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. And let's get some tail fins. Over here. Okay. So I don't know what the weight mass for the weight capabilities of this rocket are going to be. Actually, hold on, look at the cost. How much money are we making out of this? Just do that. How much is this contract paying us? Are we over budget? We are not over budget. Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check on that. Although we are a little bit in the red because we already failed a launch. But that launch was cheaper than this, so we're still turning green even with that failed last mission. So yeah, I think we are good to go. Let's just double check our staging. Yep, okay. Everything looks good to me. Oh, I almost forgot. Since we're going to be doing science, we need antenna. Oh, also Mr. U. I'll remove these from staging. Disable staging. Yep, there we go. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Alright, cool. That should be good. Have relay antennas unlocked. don't think none of these are relay antennas, I do believe. Oh well. So I'm pretty sure they would have one of those side boxes that says relay in that case. Okay. I think we are good to go. Alright. Let's get her sent to the build list. And now we need to wait again. Plane's gonna be done. We don't have any missions for that plane just yet. Actually, you know what? We do. Let's launch it. Yep. Forgot to put Jeb in the cockpit again. Launch. Actually, no, I think it automatically puts Jeb in the cockpit. That's just confirming that I want Jeb specifically in the cockpit. Yeah. And I do. Alright. Oh yeah, we haven't been doing crew reports because we haven't had crew to do reports. Yep. Reporting in at the runway. Good thing there's not a lot of air traffic because I don't think we ever got clearance for the tower to be here. Excellent. We can actually do an EVA report. So that's EVA. Here we see beloved Jeb. Jebediah Kerman, EVA report. Seems we are on our home planet. Valuable stuff. Keep that experiment. Actually, can you store experiments? Yes. That way we can, if we land somewhere else, we can take another EVA report. Although I don't think we'll be attempting to land anywhere else today. Actually, should I put a parachute on this? Yeah, that'd be fine. Ooh. Yep, put your seat. Okay. Mystery goo. We have just a little bit left. It seems to behave very much the same as it always does around here. Experiment. Alright. We're a little off center. But our SAS is enough to get us back on center. Ah, the wheels are still have us pointed nose down a little bit. I adjust the dampening on this thing? I think, yeah, nah. I think, we're just gonna have to fiddle with those further once we get back. I don't really trust myself messing with those. I need to look at a tutorial on how to do that properly and safely. Alright, let us throttle up and get to flying. Put her in hits ammo. A little bit of oscillation. Let's activate SAS to hopefully counteract that. We are off the ground. Excellent. And let's hit the wrong button. We're gonna roll. We're gonna head north along the coastline. Around the cockpit. Good field of view. Lose our altitude a little bit here. We're a little high. We are going to unlock the coastal launch pad. Which is somewhere along here. Yeah, I think it's up here. Ooh. Go high on the G's there. Electric charge looks fine. I think the alternator is keeping us topped up, even with SAS running the whole time, so that's good. What's the difference between regular power and reserve? I don't know. Flying over the low-res cities along the coast. We're coming up on there. It might be up here, actually. I'm not sure. We'll know as we fly over it. Okay. It's not this one. I think the next little cove. Just roll this way for that. And gently. Doesn't seem to be. Oh, there it is. We just need to fly within 1,000 meters and it unlocks. We found the Cove launch site. You can now deploy craft in here. Go to the VOD and check the drop down for the launch button. Yippee! So that'll let us launch craft into the ocean very easily. So if we ever want to make a boat, we can launch it from there. I don't think I will ever be making boats, but, you know, it's still neat. Oh, wait, we were in another biome. We could do a temperature scan. Actually, I think that was just us, because we were more inland. Let's head around. I'm going to start going back towards the KSC, and we'll fly over the land. So, yeah, temperature scan. Perform temperature scans over the grasslands. Take care not to hit any trees. Experiment. Yeah. Trees might be pretty tall for that. Excellent. We didn't take the crew report out and then store it back in order to get a second one. I think that's how it works. So, a bit unfortunate. Okay. Let's see if we can get another. What's that down there? Is that a tree? Oh. Should probably have this set to altitude above the actual ground instead of above sea level, since we're flying over ground in a plane. That is very important information to have. Yeah, there's another one. Tree? A bush? Don't know. Didn't know we had actual plant life. Yeah, even in the air, that front wheel is significantly shorter. Huh. Where's the build editor lying to me about the height of these wheels? let's head towards these mountains. See if we can't get that biome for our science. If we landed here, we could do another EVA report. I think, because it'd be a different biome, but I'm not confident without parachutes in the safety of doing that. It's like Jeb's already eaten a snack. Islands, temperature scan. Snow and ice at the mountains has gotten stuck to the display of the thermometer. As you wipe it off and take a reading, you are reminded of the snacks in your fridge back at home. Nope, that's our 2 temperature scans. I don't think we're going to get any barometer scans. I don't think these are actually... well, flying accurate. Yeah, these are not dependent on the biome you're in, which is a bit unfortunate. So I guess we can go ahead and take those off of this plane, because we're not going to be getting any more information out of the barometer on Kerbal. Unless we go underwater. I'm not sure if there's specific underwater stuff, though, for science. I don't think there is. Probably mods for that, but... And I don't think we're going to get this mystery U to go off, because I'm not sure that... Is that... I don't think... Yeah, no, we got like on the runway. When we get back to KSC, we'll roll around and try to get another mystery U. Surface, what happens? Because it wobbles as the craft flies. Flying accurate. Okay, yeah, so it's not biome specific while we're flying, but I think it is biome specific once we're landed. So I think if we were to land in the grasslands, we'd be able to deploy the Mystery U and it would behave differently. And when we get back to the KSC, we can do that as well. That's just... Oh, there. We'll have to clean that up at some point. So you can see the code launch site up there. And, that's the boomerang launch site on the other side of the world. And over there is the desert launch site, which is where Allied Territorial Front Federation, they are the feds, that's where they are based out of. Alright, there's our runway. Let's go ahead and throttle back. And go in for an approach. I really probably should have put a parachute on this thing. Well. Hey. Let's reset that because we want to run that not on the runway. All right. A wonderful landing. Now let's just taxi. Oh. Because each building in the KSC has its own science. Yes. Oh, atmospheric pressure scan. Beautiful day at the spaceplane hangar, and the barometer confirms it. Ah. Engineers at the spaceplane hangar spread some of the goo on the control surfaces. Nope, actually making their plane fly. Excellent. Okay, so we can use the barometer around the KSC. Excellent. All right. Well, let's get another barometer scan. In that case, let's do the admin building here. Point ourselves so we don't run into it if we don't stop while I'm reading. Since you are just checking the lowly barometer, the new recruits don't recognize you and walk right past. Nice. That is all of our science that we can get out of this. In that case, let's do that. Let's undeploy our flaps. Shut down our engines so that they are not running when we redeploy this. And yeah. That is a success. Cover vessel to the spaceplane hangar. Nice. 46 science. And funds recovered from parts. I feel like we shouldn't be recovering these parts because we are just putting this into storage. Is this an infinite money glitch? No XP gain? Why not? It. Alright, is there an option to just fill all fuel tanks? That would be really nice and convenient. So I don't have to disassemble this thing to get into the internal tanks. But I don't think that's the case. Actually, monopropellant, get that out of here. That's waste of fuel. Fuel. Mass. Alright, well, let's just... Oops. Oh. I don't need those as far back anymore. better stability to be just a little bit back. Mm-hmm. And you know what? For the sake of doing some science around the KSC, why don't we just strap some stuff to this? Okay, that one's a bit much. We'll build an actual car kind of thing. Yeah, let's get some extra barometers. The thermometer didn't go off at the different level areas, so we won't do that. Extra goos. And let's just go overboard with these. Yeah. Seal that back up. This will take 13 days to do. This very minor refit. But oh well. Also, how much will it cost? Will it cost? It should, because we're adding parts. Oh, okay. We get the money back for the recovery. So when it's in storage, that it's not actually, the game is still refunding us for all of the parts. And then when we launch it again, we're spending that money as if we're rebuilding the thing from new, but we don't have to wait for it to actually be built because it's technically in storage. That's how it's handling it. Okay. That makes sense, I guess. Alright, well, next stack launch should be ready pretty soon. So let's do that. And actually, how much is tracking stage? Ooh, we don't have money. Yeah, we need to upgrade tracking station in order to get flight planning. Oh. Mm-hmm. What does this do? EVA series. Place back. Yeah, okay. We don't need to do that yet. We're never going to need to do that. And we don't need to do that yet. And we don't need to upgrade these yet either, because our rockets are not that big yet. Okay. Alright. Wait. Uh-oh. Which one is this? Ah, the shit one. Do we even bother? I'm not even gonna bother with this. We're... cancel edits. We are scrapping you. give us our money back. Nice. And we're waiting for this. Because that's the one that we actually know can do the mission. And we'll probably have some Delta V left over. And we'll see exactly how much Delta V left over we have. Nice. Alright. Wait till sunrise. Alright, cool. So I can't read it because it's like there's no zoom in option. Yeah. I think you're supposed to set it to well, no, you're not. So I think this number is the actual number if you account for in atmosphere and vacuum in the correct like ratios of your craft. I think. I don't think this is like set it to 1 and then that's it, because obviously you have very different performance depending on your engines in different conditions. Either way, our current rocket is overpowered for the mission, so I think we'll do just fine. We are ready to go. I'm gonna save that material study and mystery goo for like a rover or something. We're gonna do space stuff with these, methinks. So yeah. Spectic 5. It's, our contract list open. This is just doing slanted nose cone. So we need an altitude of 220 to 300, and we need to be in an orbit. The orbit doesn't have to stay at these values, in between these values. We just need to pass through these values while in an orbit. So we can go hella elliptical, and it'll still count. All right. SAS on. Throttle up. And 3, 2, 1. Up we go. A little wobbly. Oh, I'm having to fight it. Okay. Oh, no, she's not. Oh, those fins were really necessary. Oh, no. Oh, this is going very poorly. Oh, why is she going this direction? Stop that. Oh, God. The fins were very important. They do be loud. Let me... Settings. Spacecraft. That's much better. I should have done that a long time ago. Okay, well, this mission's fucked. I mean, we might be able to get in an orbit. We are flying towards the ATF now, though, which I'm sure they won't mind that. Alright, we've gained a lot more control now as we're getting higher into the atmosphere. And the drag of this horrific nose cone isn't causing us as many problems. I think this thing needs those big wings back. Ooh, our apoapsis is not high enough, and I am not confident about us being able to circularize this, especially since we're going against the rotation of the planet, which requires more delta V. No, we're getting up there. Okay. Material study. Mystery goo. Experiment. Microgravity has greatly affected the growth of crystalline structures. Loose objects are also flying around the bay in a very messy but fascinating way. While in space near Kerbal. Okay. So this is not biome dependent. Good to know. Pop that fairing. So we need to wait until we're around here and then burn prograde. Our electric charge is doing fine and we have plenty. So I think we'll be good. Self-program. I don't think the reaction wheels are strong enough for this vessel of this size. We might need some RCS in this thing. In addition to fins. Or, you know, just triple up on the reaction wheels, but that's a little much. I think I prefer to do things the proper way. Okay. Wait until we're right at Apoapsis. If you hide that cone, it almost looks like a sensible satellite. We have achieved orbit. Yippee! Excellent. Now we just have to wait for ourselves to come back around to the correct altitude. We did it! Oh, we just had to haul it. We didn't actually have to test it. Perfect. Well, actually, I don't want to jettison it right now because we're in orbit. So, yeah. We need to deorbit this thing. Preferably such that we don't land in hostile territory, and also such that we land in the day. So, let's... around here. Retrograde. And burn. All right, we have a nice re-entry. We'll be landing over here in the ocean. Excellent. Or actually, because of... we might end up landing on land because of atmosphere stuff. Trajectories. Can't show trajectory patch conics are not available. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna land on land, and... parachute should be enough for that. That should be safe on land. I don't think we're gonna have any issues there, so yeah. Let's go ahead and turn normal. Just so that this is jettisoned off to the side, and jettison. And now point ourselves retrograde. And... oh, shit. I forgot to put a decoupler under this. Well. Let's hope this goes well. Yeah, Not sure how well this will go, but, let you guys see a little bit more. Turn that up. No, it's not quite as dark. Oh. Even Moho. Would you look at that? Oh, entering the atmosphere. Still have limited control. It would rotate it so the logo is facing right here, but... oh, we can see inside the materials bay. There's a little guy in there! A little creature! Ow! Alright. So I guess we could consider this our like of the dog capsule, because we do have a living creature technically in this pod. There's a little feller. Yeah. So this is one step closer to putting Kerbals into space. Also a piece of toast, which I think is lovely. All right. Coming in very shallow. Very, very toasty. Love firefly effects. That engine is getting really toasty, but I think it'll survive. I'm afraid to time warp, because I feel like if I time warp, it'll cause the heating on this to freak out. Oh, something. Oh, uh-oh. Something else is burning up. The center. Keep her steady. I think it's the flags that are burnt. I think the flag is burning. Oh, jeez. Ooh, that's getting really close, though. On that engine. I think we're just barely not gonna overheat those. Yep, there we go. We're cooling down. I think we're safe. Alright, Stagnic 5 upper stage survives. Lovely. And we can it's not in the staging, but we can decouple this heat shield, which will drop all of this stuff. I didn't want to do that because, you know, then we wouldn't have a heat shield, just in case we needed it. I didn't want to lose our probe again. But if we can save the rest of this using that parachute, that would be preferable, because then that's, you know, that's more money. But it depends on how fast we're coming down. We're coming down on land, so don't have the benefit of a water splashdown. Let's go ahead and deploy our chute. Actually, yeah, no, raise that. Whoa. Yep. I was cutting it close. Yeah, we're coming in slow enough. We'll be fine. Alright, nice. We have safely returned the little goober. Nice. Welcome home, little buddy. I'd say that is quite the success. Say 112 science. Nice. How did we get 112? Oh, that's our total. This is how much we earned. I've been reading the wrong number this whole time. Are we escaping to the one place uncorrupted by capitalism? I hate to break it to you, but we are the UCCR, which means the Union of Servid Capitalist Republics. So We are the ones doing the corrupting this time around. So far, we have not been able to put a Kerbal into space yet. But as soon as we do, there will be capitalists in orbit. Well, in space. Orbit's another step. Yeah. And we got 1,000 flashbacks. Make a specific reference out of curiosity. Yeah, red alert. And welcome in, though. Alrighty. So, we've done that. We're still shy on tracking station. Did we unlock those drogue chutes yet? So we can do that contract? Okay, let's get you and your ugly butt out of here. Tactic 5 has been quite successful. I don't want to remember Stagnic 5 as having that massive, ugly thing on top of it, so we are going to quickly do a little bit of revisionism. There we go. And we're gonna save that. And now this will go down in history as what Stagnic 5 looked like. Yep, totally didn't have a massive oblong cone on top of it. Yeah, nah, it was a very respectable and normal looking rocket. Okay. So, let's see here. Now, as much as that worked, it came really close to not working at all. So, I think we need to go back to having massive wings on this thing. So let's take these off. Oh, and let's every man has issues with their rocket. Aerodynamics. Winglets. 4 times symmetry. Said 4 times symmetry. There we go. That should hopefully help with that again. Should I keep the little winglet on there, or should I do full send? The little winglet looks nicer. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. Alright, let's, sub-assemblies. Oh. Mach 3 didn't save. Well, alright. Frog 4. Hi, kitty. Meow. And you know what? Can we get some launch clamps? Yeah, why not? Let's splurge. Alright. So, did we get the parachutes yet? Yes. Why aren't they free? 125 parachute. I might be able to get that with the plane. And the other one is just haul it to into an altitude. And that's gonna be asking why isn't water free. And actually, now that I think about it, I could do a splashdown with the plane too. Those would be cheaper. Okay, well, 1,000, 8,000. We don't need to go into space for that. We don't really need to go that high at all, actually. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up a Technic 1. Just because doing stuff with the plane takes forever at the moment, because we haven't upgraded the plane building. So yeah, we're just gonna use one of these, and we're gonna do this. Delete the fairing. 25 parachute. Sucks that I'm having to spend money on this when it should be free per the contract, but whatever. Put that fat buck on there. And I mean, these drogue chutes we do actually intend on using in the future, so I'm not actually that bad about having to pay for these, because we would have had to pay for them eventually anyways. So we'll just grab that. And we don't even have to fire, we just have to carry it. Yep. Just flying, yep, And then those jet engines. These bad boys, yeah, these experimental, free, even though I don't have them unlocked. As it should be. These 0.2 tons. Wait, how much is the parachute? Way less, okay. Alright. Da-da-da. this is more than enough, methinks. Honestly, do we even need these tanks? We could probably get away with just this. Yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and launch it. No, I didn't mean to call it Stagnic 1. Let's go ahead and just do Stagnic 1B. Yeah. So we don't override the actual Stagnic 1. This is a historic craft. Alright. Let's head into here. We want to start researching more things. I think we are good. Our launch platform should be strong enough for us to carry Kerbal into space, so I think we want to unlock this stuff. Funky face. Yeah, this will get us Soyuz parts, which personally I think is a little much. A little early to be having those, considering this is before simple command modules, but that's a side effect of me using the unkerbalized start mod. So normally, you unlock command modules immediately. But unkerbal start moves them further down the tech tree and gives you probes to start with instead. And so Tantarez assumes that you're playing with normal Kerbals first, probes second unlocks, which is why we have stuff like this in here. But we're just going to ignore those parts until after we have unlocked the command pod. So we're going to get that, and we don't have enough science to start researching simple command modules. We're getting so close, though. All right, but once our space plane is done, we'll be able to do a bunch of science around the space center. So, yep, 6 days. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. Stop my toe. Ah! Yeah, I stubbed my toe. Ah! 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 Fuck you. Ah! Fuck! I stubbed my toe. Ow. Ah! Ah! We have a towel on the floor, bunched around base of that little table that's by the doorway. We rest our keys and stuff on that table. It's a very convenient spot to put things to grab on the way out the bedroom. But the base of that table is on like caster wheels, and it's like metal, and it's very painful when you stub your toe on it walking past. So we put a towel around it, and it softens it, and so you can't stub your toe on it, but the towel wasn't in place. It had moved probably over the course of several brushing again into it, since pushing past and like kicking it out of the way subtly without realizing it over the course of several months, and so it just was completely out of not covering the corner at all. So I just went right into it. Ah, damn. Ow, fuck. My toe is fine though. Yeah. So looks fine. Okay, there's a bit of purple under my tongue. That's not. I think I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It just hurts. It hurts quite a bit. Ah. Well then. Anyways, I grabbed the Shirley Temple. I went to the dentist today. And good news. Majority. So I went to the dentist a few weeks ago, right before I got sick. In fact, I'm pretty sure my that dentist appointment is what caused me to get sick. Because it was a sore throat. You know, like right after going to a place where someone was putting their hands in my mouth. So, but they told me I had 20 cavities that needed fillings. So horrifying, because that's a big number. So I scheduled another appointment. Different dentist, because that dentist doesn't do nitrous, and I have never gotten a filling with or I've never had dental work done that was more than just a cleaning or an x-rays without nitrous, and I intend to keep it that way. If they're doing stuff in there that's gonna hurt, I don't want to feel it. So I went to a dentist that had nitrous, which is expensive, but worth it. In my mind, because insurance doesn't cover it, because it's not a necessary thing technically. It's like, anyways. So I went there, and I was prepared to have to do this for 5 weeks in a row, going to back to this dentist to get different parts of my mouth filled. Yeah, different cavities. It turns out, this dentist, he looks at my x-rays, he's like, man, these cavities, they're nothing. We're not filling them. They're so unbelievably small that they are not worth filling. We would effectively be just removing huge chunks of your, comparatively, huge chunks of your teeth to fill super tiny holes. So it's not worth it. We're not filling them. Just use I did have some cavities that were actually substantial and needed filling, so we did those. But all those follow-up appointments canceled. Don't need them. I just need to use a fluoride rinse, and that'll be enough to take care of me. So, great news. Mm. Yeah, I haven't had a soda since that. Well, no, I have had soda. It's just been a very sparing and guilty pleasure thing since that initial announcement of how many fillings I would need. And it's a relief to know that I won't need that many. And now that I've had, the actually big cavities filled, I can go back to. Well, I'm still gonna try to drink less soda because it's really not good for you. You know, even beyond your teeth. The amount of soda I was drinking, not great for me. So I want to drink more water, drink more milk, drink less soda. But yeah. Also, I'm just gonna be taking better care of my teeth going forward. I have not been flossing. Like the amount of times that I floss could be counted in the months per flossing beforehand, and that was the big issue because all of those micro cavities are between my teeth. If I'm going to be flossing I've been flossing daily for the past few. I've been flossing daily since then. I intend to keep flossing daily for the rest of my life going forward. Because it is actually quite important. There's a reason it's a stereotype that they always tell you to floss. Who'd have thunk it? Okay. Hey! Cannot launch. Ah, shit. Part count limit. You didn't tell me that when I sent it to be built. I've been had. Ah, it's 5 over. Grumble, grumble. Alright, fine. Let's, and these temperature readings, we're never gonna get those, so. And then just 3 more. Barometers. Just do. There we go. Save edits. It'll only take 2 hours. Good. Ah. Thank you. I love you. Meow, meow, meow. I almost forgot. I have to send a message real quick. Okay. Message sent. All is well. Oh, no. Damn it. Fuck. Okay. Launch. Oh, there was a fill tanks button. Ah, okay. I can just do that in the future. Good to know. And we're slightly pointed up now. Yay! Alright. Mr. You. Keep experiment. They take a bit to spool up the engines, yeah. Hurts. I think it's fine, but it's just... It's gonna hurt for a while. That wobble's not great. Any raccoon girls in this game? Don't believe there are. Welcome in, Gabe. Mr. You. New spaceplane hangar. Yep, keep experiment. Oh, crew report. From the spaceplane hangar. Still rolled planes out, having landed this close to the spaceplane. Keep experiment. Brakes. EVA. Take data. EVA report. I don't think spacesuit was entirely necessary to get here, was it? Experiment. Store experiments. No, okay, we can't take that, but we can store these experiments. And right, we have to press the board button. Oh, that's not the board button. Board button. Seat. Make our way over to the admin building now. We are just doing some very lazy taxi to get some science. We have the brakes on, that's why it's requiring more thrust than I'm thinking it should. And a goofy ass plane. It's not that goofy. For like a immediate post World War II, it's not like, like a 1950s, early 50s, late 40s. You convince new recruits that testing the goo is a rite of passage. Oh, shit. Your report. I'm just happy that we didn't land on any of the new recruits. This is a bit of a kerfuffle. EVA report. Seems we are on our home planet. Experiment. Take data. Store experiments. Board. Eat. Okay. Now, how do I get out of this kerfuffle? I don't know anything about planes, but it's like a plane a kid would draw. There are planes that look like this. Don't be mean to my plane. Okay, I don't think there's a good way out of this because we can't reverse. I think we're gonna have to recover the craft and start over again. Which is fine. Proper vessel to the spaceplane hangar. How much science have we gotten? 10.5 science. Nice. Okay. Let's, launch. No refit time, since we're not changing anything. Alright, let's roll out again. This time, let's head for the admin building. Actually, no, this is the astronaut complex, not the admin building. That's the admin building. Yeah, we don't have rover technology unlocked yet, so this is the best we can do for this, is to just taxi a plane. I mean, it doesn't have to look like a plane. I just didn't want to spend money making a bespoke craft when we already have a plane built, you know? This works. So, place not one. You gonna spool up engines? Come on. There's quite a bit of lag on spooling up on these. Is that a plane you built, or is it in-game? I built this. Yeah. I tried to get the engines to be down here under the tail, like a MiG-9, because I just really like the MiG-9. It's a very goofy, early jet. Terrible performance. There's a reason you don't put your engines down here, and yeah, I couldn't get it to work because there's a reason you don't put your engines at the bottom of the plane off center like that. So, yeah. Uh-oh. We're going a bit fast, but, stuff. Barometer's dial moves left and right as you watch the surf batter the shores. Through you observation. Observation on Kerbal shores. You acclimates near the water-facing side of the container. Crew report. Shores appear to have a blue liquid nearby. EVA. VA report. So we're on our home planet. Keep experiment. Take data. Store experiments. Board. Buckle in. It's a cute plane at least. Yee. Alright. Turn her around. Throttle up to get it spooled up faster. Atmospheric pressure. The barometer pressure is dropping. According to the weather station, that means higher chance of rain later. Crew report. This is our space sub. We're home. Mystery Goo observation. Goo seems bored. Mission Control is glad to hear that the reading indicates favorable conditions for launch. And for lunch, too. Goo seems enamored with all the flashing lights on the control panels. We are in a home planet. I think we might have gotten some repeats there. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, didn't we already get this? Oh, is it not actually saving the... Ooh, what the heck? No, it's like flashing between two different states. Two different biomes here. Over that lip. Let's take ourselves to the VAB. Okay, yeah, we had KSC Shores and we had this guy. VAB, pressure scan. We were surprised to find a normal reading here. Probably about the only thing that is normal here. Mr. Yu? Yu shakes with excitement. EVA. EVA report. Building spacesuit was entirely necessary today, was it? Take data. Store experiments. Crew report. Seems to be a lot of strange green life forms building something here. Oh yeah, we're still at the VAB. Is there a way to see all of the... View stored data, yeah. Crew report, Kerbal Shores. Okay, yeah, so we are getting multiple crew reports using this little trick. Okay, yeah. Cool. And all of our mystery goo is expended. Okay. Which means... do we have any barometers that are unused? No, all of our barometers have been used as well. Okay, so it is time for us to recover this craft again. Upper vessel to the spaceplane hangar. 65.8 science earned that time around. Excellent. Yeah, this is a really good way to get early game science, is to just roll around to all the different modules. We still have a few more to go. But I'm not sure if I want to get them all right now, or if we want to... We should probably focus on doing some more real stuff. So let's just head in here now. We have enough for simple command modules. Ta-da! And let's see. Fuel cell. Solar panels. We do want solar panels. Yes. Let's get... No, not enough science. Okay, we'll save up enough science for that. Alright, contracts. Actually, hold on. No, wait, no. We're already doing a rocket with all of these. Yeah. So we don't need to do any of those on the jet. Okay. Should we take more contracts? Or should we wait? Should we wait until we've accepted all these, then look at the more contracts? We'll wait until we accept all, until we have all these. Let's go ahead. Let's see, how long? 3 days? Yeah, let's just... Alright. Maybe. This guy, we're gonna rename you. Just to differentiate it. This mission is not really a significant one. We're not actually going into space with this, so I don't really care to give it an actual proper name. This is just to satisfy some contracts that are pretty low-hanging fruit. Okay. This coupler we don't want to ever do. So let's not do it. Oh, I just realized I don't have an actual parachute on this thing. Yeah, it's a cheap enough rocket. It'll be fine. Okay. So, let us... hit SAS. Open up our contracts. So, we need to haul that, and we need to test this. So, we need to get between 4,000 and 8,000 while going at that speed. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, kaboom! Yeah, I'm really sorry to everyone for how loud the rockets were in the previous VOD. Let's go ahead and go over so we'll be on the water. Woo! And, oh, actually, I probably shouldn't have cut that because we want these to deploy. Hmm. Is this enough for me to turn us upright? It is! Excellent, so we could do a powered landing. Maybe. It's not quite enough. No. Curse you, aerodynamic fins. Shit. I don't think we're splashing down safely. I forgot to put a real parachute on this thing. We just have just drogues. So these parachutes are meant to slow you down enough to use a real parachute. They're not meant to slow you down like a parachute. Oh! Hey, the water is soft enough. Okay, cool. Let's, run test. Yippee! That is our contracts fulfilled. And we didn't break any of the parts, so that's a pretty good recovery rate for this mission. We should get the majority of our money from building that rocket back, minus the cost of fuel. Nice. Alright, let's see what else we can take. Haul a thumper into suborbital trajectory. Haul Kerbal parachute. Pretty easy. Haul missions to haul are pretty cheap and safe. Test at the launch site. That's cheap as hell. What's this? Do a flyby and return for science. Does this have to be done in the same mission, or can we do this two separate missions? Yeah, it's both. Okay. Yeah. Are we ready for this? It would just be a probe. I think we have the Delta V. I think we can make a rocket with enough Delta V to do this, I think. I want to check the math before I accept it, but I think we can do this. And we don't even have a Kerbal in orbit yet, but you know. A lightweight probe with just enough to send something from past the moon, I think should be doable. Let's just do some of these first. Just a radial SRB at the launch site. Sure. I mean, it's test at the launch site. Nope, test at the launch site. Yep. Alright. I think we'll do all of those. So, first of all, let's go ahead, get rid of those, because we're not allowed to have them. Get rid of that, because we don't need it. Get rid of that, because we don't need it. Let's put an actual parachute on this thing. Mm-hmm. So let's see here. We need to have a Kerbal parachute. Kerbal. Flying, altitude 2,000 to 7,000, speed, yep, we can do that. Stay Juno engine at the launch site. We can do that very easy. I don't even know why they're telling us to do this, because we've tested Juno engines a couple of times pretty easily in various spaces, but sure. Let's go ahead and get this little feather. That'll be enough to satisfy the Juno test requirement. Let's test a hammer solid fuel booster. And we're going to do a cheeky little thing. You see, they say test it. They don't say use it. So we're going to just empty that thing out, and that'll count as testing it. We need to haul a thumper. And we need to test space Y radial. Space Y radial. At the launch site, yep. So, another coupler. Solid fuel 0. Thrust limiter 0. Alright, so that's all of our launch site tests that we need to do. Get the Thumper solid fuel booster. We need to take that into a suborbital trajectory. So, let's see, the Thumper here is a bit big. We only need to go suborbital with it. And we can empty it to reduce fuel. Or we could use it. If we use it, you know, we can get some free Delta V. Let's put that there. We're probably going to need one of these. Make sure everything will fit on here. So let's do 2 of these, and these are not going to be dropped. They are going to be coming with us. Because we need to take them up. And let's see. Orbital trajectory began to go pretty high with that, actually. So let's go ahead. Fuel tanks. Mm-hmm. 2,000. Want more than that, probably. You know, actually think about it. I should probably use these too, huh? Instead of just dumping them. Yeah. We'll just dump you. How far are you in the game? Howdy. Welcome in, JT Witch. We are making preparations to send our first Kerbal into space. We're just getting a bit more money right now. I'm playing with unkerbalized start. So we started with probes and had to unlock manned flight. That's why I don't have... that's why I didn't start with manned. Actually, the couplers are too small. get these so we have a little more clearance. Okay, so these guys go off. So we want this and this, and then we want these. Then we want this and this and this. Then we want this. Wait, no, we want these also. That's all on the same stage. Then we want this. Then this, then this. There we go. Captain, I played Tiny Space Program on my phone and looking for something similar on Steam. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Kerbal is a classic, really. Very fun game. Definitely recommend it if you're into building little rockets and flying into space. Lots of stuff you can do in this. And a lot of great mods available for it as well. I'm playing with a little over 100 of them currently. I think I'm at 102, 103 mods installed currently. Yeah. Alright, my Delta V is terrible. That's, well, it's not exactly a very efficiently built craft, is it? Okay, I think we're gonna have to rethink how we approach this mission because of the payload we're having to carry. So let's take that off. And let's take this off. Yeah, these are just things that we're testing for a contract, so we don't actually want to bring these with us on our space flight. This part... Actually, did I put fuel back in these? Never mind. Let's test that again. How's our Delta V now? Okay, that'll be good enough. We just need to come straight up and straight back down. So we're all good here. To get M&K then, lol. It's like some tech to play on a controller. Ah, yeah. I think the game has controller support. I mean, there's a console version of the game. I'm not sure if the PC version has native controller support, but it wouldn't surprise me if it did, considering you can play the game on console. Yeah, that should be enough Delta V. Yeah, okay, let's double check our staging. Okay, yep, it's fucked up because I was moving stuff around. Alright, cool. Alright, so these go first. Then these. Then rocket, boosters. Yep. Then clamps. then decouplers, then fairing, then parachute. Okay. I think this'll work. I should come up with a name for these throwaway rockets that are just for contracts. So trajectory, altitude 290. Yeah, so that's our goal, is to get 290,000, is 290 kilometers is our goal. That should be plenty doable with this Delta V budget. Yeah, sea level, because, yeah. We're not going into space with this. At least, well, we are. We're not staying there. Okay. 15 days. That should be good. Get that ready to launch. And let's warp ahead. Yeah. This is another mod I'm using that just makes it so that it takes time for stuff to be done. Normally everything is done instantaneously, but I have to wait for my rockets to be built. I feel like it gives a more a better feeling passage of time when it comes to like your clock here, you know. Because it's very easy to do a lot of stuff in a very short amount of time in this game without pausing between each launch. And it looks like we'll be getting a nice daytime launch. We're ready to go. Alright. UAV. Launch. Alrighty. Let's just double check that these are empty. And their thrusts limited to none. Alright. Run test. Run test. We have completed those contracts. Nice. So now we can ditch them. That's fine. We'll have to clean up the debris, but it's fine. Alright, now test at the launch site. So let's pin that. I don't know if I have to individually do this, because I don't think activating them normally counts. So let's... Okay, that counts. Whoa, what are we doing? Let's stabilize. Well, this thing is not very stable. Well, it's not terribly unstable. It's a little wildly. Oh, we can drop those. Oh, I didn't even have my regular thruster on. Whoopsie doodle. Well, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll still hit our trajectory goals.
Good hunting!
Little rocket's so unstable. Welcome in, Toa. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. This would be a lot more efficient if we could ditch these thumpers, but we are required to bring at least one of them up, and I didn't want to be lopsided. Okay, yeah, we should be able to get our altitude. Don't have any science because we can close that. And yep, there we go. Our trajectory is good. So now we can just... Oh, I should have put these on decouplers anyways so I could shed weight before coming back down. I'm a fool. Oh well. Let's just time warp around. As we pass our Apwaps. Yep, contract complete. Now all we have left is to test the parachute. Alright, that was a bit of our discarded stage hitting the atmosphere there. We're not hitting the atmosphere yet. We are gonna try to come in at a bit of a shallower angle, so let's try to elongate our orbit a bit. Ooh, actually, I would like to land in the water. Because I'm not sure how well this will stand up with just this little parachute coming in on the ground. I don't know which direction to burn in to do that, and I don't have maneuver nodes unlocked yet. Normal? Let's just try it. See what happens. Yep, that's it. We ran out of fuel. Alright, well, perfect. We were able to make our burn. Let's point retrograde to protect our pod. Get to the fairing. Might as well. No reason not to. Actually, it might protect us a little bit more on the re-entry. It's fine. Shed weight. I'm not sure which of those is more important, but it's fine. We'll find out. Welcome. To be honest, I am doing KSP campaign far harder, as it takes place in real solar system mod with the RP1 nut. Ah, yeah. I've looked into RP1, but I've never played regular career mode, and I think, while I would love to play RP1, I think I need this as a stepping stone. So I'll probably come around to playing RP1 at some point in the future, long after I've completed this career playthrough. And I come back around to play Kerbal Space Program again. So I probably will, because it's a very fun game. Alright, well, let's time warp ahead. ourselves pointed retrograde as we enter the atmosphere. Uh-oh, game froze. Come on, KSP. There we go. Probably. That's so hard. You spend so much time in unmanned. Yeah. I'm hoping to make it out of the unmanned stage for my playthrough here. I'm playing with unkerbal start. But I have just unlocked the Mark 1 command pod, so I'm allowing myself to use all my modded command pods as well now. And oh no, it's going terribly. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Ah, shit. That parachute is not surviving. Well. It's so over. Oh, shit. Never mind. I guess we came in shallow enough. Huh. Wait. Am I redirecting with my aerodynamics? Huh. I'm gliding. What do you know? Well, we've lost all probe control, and it's not turning retrograde. So I don't think we're getting out of this one alive. Oh, we just have to haul the parachute. We didn't have to use it at these parameters. Ah, well, mission success then. I guess. Well, I guess we never needed to survive this anyways. It was just a nice bonus if we could. The more craft we can recover, the better. But I don't think I needed more than just this one parachute for this much mass. But we are in the ocean. Oh yeah, no, that's survivable. Yeah. Cool. That's a very wobbly parachute, though. It was all fine, though. Recover vessel. Mission success! Accidentally turned into a spaceplane. Yeah. I could count that as my first spaceplane. I'm not going to. Actually, no, I don't think I could. Shuttle was a better spaceplane than that. It could barely do its gliding. Well, actually, no. That's insane. Shuttle was still pretty remarkable. Its flying back capabilities. Alright. We have enough money to upgrade the tracking station. So I am going to do that. Yes. Alright. Contracts. We have none right now. So let's see. What do we have? Science data from space around Kerbal. Transmit or recover scientific data from space around Kerbal. Easy enough. Turbofan engine test at launch site. That's basically free money. Engine landed at Kerbal. That's basically free money. At launch site, basically free money. Test another SRB at the launch site, free money. Build an orbital station around the Mun. I haven't put a Kerbal in space yet, game. Calm down. Alright. Back in here, we can go ahead and... Oop, nope, don't want to remove that. I'm gonna take these off temporarily. That off. Okay. So. Transmit scientific data from space around Kerbal. For that, we are going to need a space thingamajib of some sort. Science, I should say. And it needs to be something that we haven't done yet that we can transfer back. So it's going to be a Science Junior, because that's the only thing that we haven't done yet in parts of space that we can reach easily. Which is what we're going to be doing, because I don't want to expend too much. I don't want to build a very big rocket for this mission. The minimal possible to meet the contract requirements is always preferable. So, stick one of these bad boys on there. So we can transmit our data back. And then plonk that on there. Actually, let's there we go. So we can do our science with that. And then, let's see, Weasley. Turbofan engine. Oop. Terrier liquid fuel engine. Boop. And Spacely liquid fuel engine. Spacely. Okay. So that's... And then Space Y, SRB. Yep, 09S, SRB. Yep, that's the one. Marked as experimental, that's a good enough tell. Okay. Oop, didn't want to remove that. We need those. Coupling, what's the cheapest? Let's get the minis. Oh, actually, that's sticking out like that. I don't like how that is touching. Although, actually, I know of this is a forbidden technique. Don't tell anyone. If we look at it from the right angles, it's totally touching. It's fine. Fuel tanks. Pop that on there. Empty you out. Okay, what was the alt? Yes, alt to copy. I haven't used that yet. Da. Set our thrust limiters to 0. Shroud, what's that? Don't know. Okay. Yeah. That'll be our... That'll be how we do... we just need to get in space. We don't have to do an orbit, so that's plenty of delta V. Or scientific data from space around Kerbal. Yep, should be good. Okay, let's get our staging done. This. In here. That goes in there. This goes in there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Let's track all of these because we don't have any other horizontal buttons. And engine, that guy, that one. Where's the sticker? Oh, yeah. Disable staging. Okay. And that should be good. Ooh, rocket? Yeah. Yeah, so we don't have to bring any of these outer engines with us into space. We just test them on the launch pad, ditch them, and then we launch the rest of it. Yeah. Free money. Yeah. Vanilla game contracts are really weird. But this is something that they're paying me to do, so we're gonna do it and make a bunch of money. All right, get that ready to launch. Leave. Save and continue. All right. And let's see. Was there another thing in here that I wanted to get before? Is there anything in here I want to get before we send our Vostok mission? Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay, this one's a relay. Where does it say? Okay, an antenna type relay. That's where it says it. Okay. So do we have any relay antennas already, or do we not? I don't know. I'll have to check, because I thought it showed up as a separate tag. But if it's just in there, then yeah, no. We might already have a relay antenna. Get this actual landing gear. Get pretty far along to get rover stuff. Grip pads are pretty useful, but I don't. They're not going to be useful for a while, so I don't need to worry about those. So this stuff would be fun to mess around with. It's not going to be super useful to us, but you know, for military contracts, be fun. So I guess we'll do gizmos. Start working towards getting guns unlocked. Yeah. Better jet engines and stuff wouldn't be a bad idea either. Our basic jet is pretty weak. Supersonic flight might be nice to work towards. Excuse me. Alright, well.
Get out of here, stalker.
I know you're streaming today. Welcome in, waifu. Hi. Yes. Well, I don't have work today. Because I took work off for my dentist appointment. My appointment was in the morning, and I work in the mornings. Morning, noon. But, you know. I could have taken a night shift, but I wasn't sure how much pain I would be in after my appointment. Turns out the answer is none. Yeah. Alright, let's, you know what? Let's do another science, road trip. Yeah. I always have to embed them into my rockets themselves. These engines. Alright. Yeah. So here's our little plane. We're not flying it. We're just rolling around on the ground to get some science from some more of these buildings. We haven't gone to the far side of the KSC. Yeah, so let's do that. Open up our science menu. X science here will tell us when we get into a situation where we have experiments we are able to run. Alright, we are picking up a bit more speed than I would like. Slow down a little bit. And start turning over. Ooh. The bump. Nancy, hello.
Hello, чики-брики в
Coming in
дамке!
for a landing. Welcome in, Nancy. Hope you're having a wonderful time. What were you up to? Thank you for the raid. And howdy, my name is Matilda. I am a deer. Oops. Mystery goo. Pressure scan. Collect and record atmospheric pressure data of your surroundings. Wow. Mystery goo of the R&D building. You observe the goo. Crew report. You record the crew's assessment of the situation. EVA report. Don't think a spacesuit was necessary. Take data. Store experiments. Board. Buckle our seatbelt. Back to work. Okay, so that was R&D. We haven't been over here. Let's turn. Linked area, skyblock, and drinking. Oh, nice. I'm drinking as well. Soda. Hmm. Yummy, yummy soda. There's the last my Shirley Temple. We are taxiing around to collect science from the experiment. Ooh. Brake. Don't crash into the building. Mystery goo. Goo wants to go the other way. Doesn't like administration. Pressure drops as Montimer grows older. Your report. You watch Montimer swing a golf ball into the pond. EVA. Finally, time to stretch your legs. Take data. Store experiments. Lower visor. What's that do? Oh, sunshade. I didn't know about that. Oh, that's neat. Ah, cool. Yeah. You know, has to take her helmet off. I know about that. But, yeah, neat. Pull it. Da-da-da-da. Let's turn around again. Let's see, where to now? Tracking station is another place we have not been to yet. We'll pass through the VAB again, which will allow us to collect some of the stuff that we still have a little bit of science remaining on. Oh, helps if I take the brakes off. Ooh, do not crash into the flagpole. Oh, wait, actually. Data. Let's reset that experiment so we can get that from the tracking set. Oh no! Oh no! No! Ah! Ah. That's extremely unfortunate. Well, take what we can. Staff at the tracking station are unimpressed with your lonely barometer since it can't predict space storms. I don't think that's the only thing unimpressive. Your report. Sure hope they can track you from here. Yeah, it's upright. EVA. we're on our home planet. Well. Gonna say, what happens if I open that door, but I can't move, actually? I have free IVA, which allows me to move around inside cockpits, but oh, what? Nope, I can move. Oh, okay, that just takes me outside. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, well, shit. I guess we'll have to rebuild the plane. That's incredibly unfortunate. But, oh well. It is what it is. We'll go ahead and get started on the rebuild process immediately because that shit takes forever. Let's actually... We're gonna dump some points into the spaceplane hangar because that shit takes so long. Well, we got 16.5 science out of that. So, yeah, it's not all for naught. Alright. Spaceplane hangar. We need another OL1, please. Yes. This bad boy. Put up for construction. 25 days. Oh, it takes so long to build a plane. Oh well. We'll, hopefully not explode the next one. Okay. You know, I'm realizing I titled this episode as if we'd be putting someone into space. So we kinda have to put someone into space. And it's getting a bit late, so we're gonna get started on that. We're still gonna do this, the next, contract rocket launch. But we're gonna start work on our Vostok now. So, here's our little capsule that Jeb is gonna be sitting in. Let's get a coupler for this bad boy. Let's see. I think this one is what's meant to go underneath there. That the lines just look like they go together. Wait, do they have a mod that adds the capsule core vehicles? Yes. Excuse me. I'm playing with a bunch of stuff here. This is from Tantarez. This capsule. There's a similar capsule in the Making History DLC, which is also based on the Vostok capsule. And I do have that DLC, I just haven't unlocked that capsule. Because I don't really need it. I have this one. But yeah, Tantarez adds a bunch of Soviet-inspired parts. And I think Soviet space program is really cool. So, yeah. Boop. That goes. Oh, wait a minute. I got the wrong one. Darn it. I got the one that doesn't have the thruster in it. Oops. So, oh, wait a minute. Actually, no, this isn't even Vostok. I'm skipping ahead to Soyuz. I am a fool. We already have the Vostok engine installed. Also, this is fuel tanks. Why am I even searching in here? But does that have a rocket in it? No, it doesn't. It's just... It has thrusting power. Oh, that's RCS. I'm a fool! Okay, yeah. Vostok used this bad boy. And we need our fuel tanks to be weird little conical shapes. Yes. Not that weird conical shape. Different weird conical shape. Do I actually have... Do I even have the Vostok? Do I have the fuel tank unlocked? Because I don't see it. We have a really nice model set for building here. Yes. There's lots of great stuff in Tantarez. It's a long time been one of my favorite mods. Okay, where is the part that goes between these? Actually, you know what? I could. Oh, I don't have them in here. Okay. Because the Tantarez mod comes with a bunch of prefabs for all of the historical craps. I was gonna just like, oh, what parts did they use? But I don't think I'd be able to do that anyways, because I don't think I have everything unlocked. But speaking of which, let me just take a little peek. Am I missing the part that goes there? I don't know if it's a fuel tank or not. I would assume it's a fuel tank, but I don't know. I don't know a ton about... Yeah, so here's the making history pod. I think that's the part. Wait, no, that's not the part. No, that's far. They wouldn't put stock parts that far down in the tech tree. Whatever. We'll figure. Okay. This guy. Coupling. This purse. Parachute. That's important. This feller. It's expensive, but it looks the part. Cute little feller. We're not going for a complete one-to-one Vostok recreation. So, you know, we can deviate if I can't find the exact right parts. Oh, is this it? It's not a Tantarez part specifically, but... No, that's definitely not it. But, through the magic of tweak scale, I can make it it. engines. Yeah, there's something that's supposed to be basically this shape that fits right between that part and this part perfectly. But I don't know where it is. So I don't know. But this works, so. That's a little Vostok pod. Mm-hmm. There you go. Yes. Rest pod. Mm-hmm. And then we should probably unlock some RCS thrusters. Let's see. What sort of thrusters should we go? I mean, probably omnidirectional. Cheap. Don't need a lot. Center of mass. Not the most aesthetically pleasing. But if it works, it works. We don't really need RCS yet. So we're not doing complicated flybys or anything, or any rendezvous. At least not yet. You know, once we get into Voskod stuff, we'll need to start worrying about rendezvous and docking and all that. But for now, we don't have to care too much. We just need to put this thing into space. Alright. Let's get another decoupler. I don't want to make the same mistake I made before on this. We have a launch escape system. We've had good launches so far with this system. Adding a launch escape system will just slow us down and give the AGF time to catch up. We gotta make sure that we put a Kerbal in space before they do, after all. Alrighty. And we have enough Delta V to put this Kerbal into orbit, even without... Shit. Parts budget. Balls. Okay. We might have to forgo the RCS entirely for now, just to save the parts. And then we'll add them back on when we do the Vosk-Hod missions, or for Vostok 2. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that'll do it. That is... Wait, why did my Delta V go down so much? Was it assuming that I was gonna burn with the RCS once I got into space? I think it was. Alright, crazy. Well, let's Oh, we don't have enough parts budget. Damn it. We're gonna have to upgrade our vehicle assembly building in order to put this into orbit, methinks. Now we are going to need all 4 to get into orbit. Alright, cool. Is that flat at the bottom? Yes. Alright, well. Stag 1. Set text. Stag 1. We choose... Is this one? Should we use... Yeah. I think we'll go with that flag for this mission. Everyone knows who's sending our Kerbal into space. We're well over our Delta V budget, or Delta V needs now. Oh, actually, we already have an upper stage. We could ditch that to save some parts mass and delta V. Actually, we'll use the thin flag since this one clips into the tanks. Weirdly, if we don't. That'll do. This whole upper stage can go. Oh, actually, we do need a bit of that upper stage for Delta V. It's just a little more fuel on this stage. Will that work? Not enough. Still not enough. Damn. Okay, that's just barely enough to put into an orbit. But we have to get back out of orbit, too. Okay, let's... put this back. That's a lot of delta. That's a lot of extra delta V. Yeah, suddenly. Why is our delta V fluctuating so much? Well, let me check staging. It could be a staging issue. It's a staging issue. Perhaps. So... nah, maybe not. Let's just... Alright, those fire at the same time. Then we have the couple. Then this splits off. Then we have this stage, burns. Then we have... this opens, this decouples, this stage burns. These little fellers we will eject later for re-entry. That separate there. At the same time as these. And then we deploy parachute. Yep, okay. Why did my delta V fluctuate so much? I don't know. How many parts do we have to spare? We can spare an extra nameplate. That is just within budget. But it should be able to get us into orbit and back out of orbit. Nice and safe. With a good margin of delta V extra. Nice. So now we just have to hope that nothing goes terribly wrong, which it very well could. So we're gonna real quickly. How do I do action groups? I've never used action groups before. Yep, Jeb is definitely doing this one. Yeah, how do you do action groups? ESP action group lit. How to action groups. French hammer icon. Where? Behind the next button? Nope. What? Wait, it's... I'm looking at a screenshot that shows it next to the... next to this, in between the build and crew button. But it's not there. Huh? They move it? The action groups tab. Where are action groups? It's not there. Action groups tab. Missing. Google, help me, please. Requires the BAB to level 2. Fuck. Okay, I'll just have to spam space if anything goes wrong, I guess. Well, sometimes we gotta make risks to be the first to do something, so alright. Let's start building. Oh. We're gonna move this up. Yeah. Alright, we'll have maneuver nodes in time for this launch. That'll be nice. Oh, they're working on this, on them simultaneously. I thought they were gonna pause work on this one to work on that. Yeah, well, keep warping. Warp to sunrise. And I guess we'll launch our contract rocket. Since it finished first. Alright. Open up our contracts. We are ready to begin testing. Tests complete. All that's left is to transmit or recover scientific data from space. We can recover it, so not gonna bother transmitting. Data must be recorded in space. Alright. Throttle up. Eject all of those. Hopefully that one's not an issue. And... Yep, not an issue. You know what? Let's head north. Why not? We're really struggling to turn over right now, though. Ooh. Slow down for that heat. Hey, we got nodes now. Woohoo! In space. Does this count as from space around Kerbin, or for space near? Is that a separate thing? Hold on. In space near Kerbin. Okay, yep. Alright, we'll keep that. So that's our science from space. So I think we're all good. Oh, we're tumbling. Ah, shit. This is not going well. Ah, fuck. Well, we lost it. Shit. Damn. Well. Oh well. At least we completed most of our contracts. So, oof. Why does the post-flight thing only ever pop up for like a single frame for me, and then it disappears? So, do we have any debris we can clean up on Kerbin? What are these? Let's recover all of the splashdown stuff. Okay. Is this stuck in orbit? It is. That's unfortunate. Just a bit of debris up in space. Oh well. Alright, well. Got one more launch for tonight. And hopefully this one will go off significantly better. I really hope it goes off significantly better, because putting Jeb in this rocket, and I don't have a launch escape system, and thinking about it now, this is actually a terrible idea, because the last time we launched this rocket, it spun out of control horribly. I added tail fins to it, so it should hopefully control a lot better, but I don't know. Hmm. Well. Alright, Jeb. I believe in you. Save the crew report for once we get in space. Oh boy. How's your view in here? Really shit. Yeah. The Tantarez, interiors do leave something to be desired. Is an unfortunate aspect of the mod. Alright. Ostag 1. SAS on. Throttle up. 3, 2, 1. Oh boy. We tilt her up to speed. Start our gravity turn. And we got a wobble. Okay, yeah. The tail fins are doing their job. Let's watch our apo-apps. Just holding steady. We gotta pull her up. Oh, she's fighting me. She's trying to nosedive. I'm giving her all she's got to pull her back up. Oh no. Trying to keep her stable is really difficult. I think we need more reaction wheels for this thing. Our half Korolev cross. Alright, we can do a maneuver now. Alright. I think that'll be good. Let's try to get this a little more neat, though. Of course, we're approaching the maneuver. I'm working on it. Okay, that's a little more circular. Let's point to maneuver. You're in space. Oh. Go ahead. Go. All right. And burn. I guess we didn't need this upper stage. We've got plenty of Delta V to spare. There we go. We have achieved an orbit. With a lot more of our craft intact than I was originally planning. But yeah, we've did it. I'm not gonna separate because I don't want to keep this junk floating in orbit forever. But I guess in the future we can, for future Vostok missions, we can ditch this upper stage, and we can even take some of the fuel out of this stage. We want to be like real penny pinching on it. I mean, I guess I did see the Delta V calculation was way above what was necessary, but yeah. Wanted to play it safe. Yeah. Can you see out of any of these windows? Okay. Unbuck. Hey, there we go. We can see out a window. Look at that. Ain't that something, Jeb? First Kerbal to see Kerbin from space. Well said, Jeb. Let's do a crew report. Seems we are very much in space right now. Sky seems to be mostly below us. Keep that experiment. Excellent stuff. Oh, we might that counts as doing science, so we can fulfill that contract with our last contract with this flight. So we'll get paid for this too, even though there's no contract for putting a Kerbal into orbit, which I feel like there really should be. You know, that's a pretty big milestone. Methinks. Loving the view out this little window. You know, there's something about looking out a little window that makes it a little magical. Alright. Let's buckle you back in, buddy. Well, let's wait for him to do a full orbit, and then we'll get him back down. Of course, we need to do a full orbit in order for it to count, you know. And it officially counts. Jebediah is officially the first Kerbal to orbit Kerbin. Alright. Well, let's prepare for our return. So we're going to want to land, preferably close to KSC. So let's go ahead, add a maneuver, burn. Let's see, we have trajectories unlocked now. Yes. So, ooh, that's... I'm very glad we used that, because we do not want to land in Allied Territorial Federation territory. That would put us right in their borders. We do not want that. So let's pivot this so we land over there. Yeah. In friendly waters. Close to the KSCs. Always nice. It's gonna be a bit dark when we get back, but, you know, oh well. Alright, let's move to maneuver. Oh, we are going to stage in the middle of this maneuver. So that is something we're going to have to contend with. Alright, go ahead and get pointing in the right direction. And let's, where's the... So this... Is that warp 2? I don't trust. I'm not pushing it. Why can't I select... Here we go. Warp here. Alright, so we're going to begin our descent burn. Oh, right, we have Kerbal, we have alarm clock, so we could rely on that for our things, but yeah, so we're going to begin our burn over ATF territory. So we'll be able to look down at our competitors and rub it in their face that we got up here first. It's silly having Vostok written twice on here now. I wasn't expecting these to be, you know, together for so long. Both visible. Oh well. So, just gotta burn for 3 seconds to get this deorbit. And we're good. So now we can detach our stages. So we're going to turn ourselves sideways so they're ejected out away from us. Nice and safe. So the next mission, we'll ditch this entire upper stage here. How she's supposed to look, but we don't want to cut any chances. We don't have any ablator on here. We're reliant on just the heat resistance of the capsule itself for this safe return. So we're gonna ditch everything and just go in as a pod. Pointer retrograde. Keep her nice and safe. Sure, we're still pointing retrograde when we hit the atmosphere. As a sphere, we do have a good chance of rolling and tumbling on our way in, and we want to keep that parachute from burning up. And we are in atmosphere. Game froze. Rock is a bit of a tumbler in your game. Hope we don't tumble on our way in here. Just time warp. Descent is going. We're coming in a very shallow descent, so I think we're gonna be fine. Just barely getting some atmospheric effects going on. A little bit right now. Ooh, she's getting hotter now. Soaring past our boosters as they burn up. Stuff is exploding. Yep. And we're cooling off. All right. Made it in nice and safe. And, oh, looks like we are going to be landing on the ground, not in the water. So the trajectories mod lied to me. Oh, well. Oh, I guess I was basing the trajectory off of it was basing it off of how our aerodynamics would be with the entire ship intact, not just the pod, so I guess it gets a pass. Well, we'll be landing in a city. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, about 1,000 meters difference in altitude, so bump that number up there. And let's go ahead and deploy her. looks like we're going to be landing just out in between the cities. So we won't be landing on anyone's houses. But he will be greeted by the people of the UCCR as a hero. Okay, someone's house might have been landed on by a bit of space debris, but that's fine. The news report of that will be covered up by all the people celebrating the safe return of Jebediah Kerman here. So, I think it'll all be fine. Alright, let's just time warp down to the surface. Okay. And no tumbling during re-entry. So, quite good there. Mm-hmm. Ba-ba! Port from Kirpin's Grasslands. I don't think the spacesuit was entirely necessary to get here, was it? Well, wait, camera. I go first person. Well, Jeb has returned to the surface. Will be recovered shortly. Welcome home, Jeb. And recover. Excellent. Hey, and he advanced to level 1. Nice. And did that also... Yep, that completed the contract for getting science from orbit. Huzzay. Alright. I think it's time for us to start exploring the moon. And get preparations ready. For our moon mission. So, yeah, oh, we're running out of days to accept these, actually. Yeah. These don't ever expire. These, expiration contracts. So, yeah, expires never, so. We really could have accepted these at any time. It just, it counts against our maximum. But, yeah, so we're gonna start work on these in our next session, which will be on Monday, most likely. So, yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. And let's find someone for us to raid. I am a bit eepy. We went a bit later than I normally go with my standalone streams. Ooh. I see a curious kitty we can raid. So, let's go say hi to Shade. He is streaming some Warframe. And you know, more dear. It is that time. I need to get rest. I have work in the morning. So, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, waifu. Have a good night. Good night, but for bye y'all. Night, night, Lancy. Thank you again for the raid. Good night, Potato. Night, GD Witch. Night, Gabe. Night, Belf. Night, Mika. Good night, all. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all had a wonderful time, and I will see you all again on Monday. Bye bye. Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye. Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye.